Oh yeah, no, so we were too. We yeah.
Alright, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm probably gonna mute myself in here for now, and just make sure I'm ready for class.
Yeah, I'm gonna just run off real quick to make sure I got water and stuff, because we're probably gonna be talking a little bit. So. Alright, sounds good.
All right.
I guess I'll just kind of stream of conscious talk. Might as well. Because I can't tell if you can hear me or not. I'm just going to check to... Oh, great, you can hear it. Okay. I should probably move that chair out of the way. It's weird because there's a delay. Let's see here. Is it pretty smooth? don't know what that noise was. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna just start playing some videos too, once I get the last one. Where'd that video go? That's good. I've honestly never really streamed before, it's not my thing. So I'm going to be double checking all of these videos. Let's see if I can make a playlist. I would recommend, if you are planning to participate, you might want to see if you make your display name like your actual name or something close to it. I can see the chat on YouTube now. There's just like a huge delay. Give me a second. I'm going to try to start. Yes, class is at 5, the presentation's at 7. I kind of talk on and off. It might be you, Carly. Okay, I'm going to try playing video. Hopefully that seamlessly transitioned.
Hi, my name is Carly Cito, and I'm the lead artist and creative director of the game Eternus. So my responsibilities included 3D modeling and texturing, and also the environmental art, which included like the atmosphere, the soundtrack, and the lighting of the game.
Hello everyone, my name is Logan Pomper and I'm the lead QA tester and level designer for Eternus. I was in charge of designing the game's levels, creating extra environment models, and managing quality assurance testing.
Hey all, my name is Gilberto Estrada, and I'm the lead character artist for Eternus. My role in the development of Eternus was the creation and animation of the characters.
Hi everyone, I'm Josiah. I'm the lead programmer on Eternus. I primarily worked on making player movement, environmental interactions, as well as the user interface.
My name is Finn, and I'm one of the programmers on Eternus. I worked on AI, general gameplay, and overall file management.
So Eternus is a first-person survival horror game where the player must solve puzzles in order to progress through the game. So some of these puzzles include locating keys, unlocking doors, and crawling through vents in order to progress.
I'm going to take attendance real quick since it's 5 o'clock, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this play on the stream. I paused the video on my end. I'm going to let this play. All the videos are going to play on the stream. Might as well. We only have 6, and it's a little less than an hour, so that's, you know, less time between now and that, so you can always make sure that it works. I'm also going to work on editing any last minute stuff on the YouTube channel. I would make sure, double check that all of your stuff is working on your end, but you're not required to stay after I take attendance, but this is your opportunity to make sure things are working. After we're all good to go, I'm probably going to sign out of Teams and just be on Discord so that I'm just going to be in Discord because I'm going to need to get out of Teams. I'm going to try to turn off as much as I can on my computer, so I'll be good to go at 7 o'clock. So I'm going to be shutting down a lot of my stuff. Yeah, there's a big delay. It's kind of interesting. I've never done a live before, so. Yeah, I think it's picking it all up. Let me mute myself. I don't know how to do that. Okay, it should be muted now. You might get a little residual. I turned it down on my OBS so that it should be okay. Okay, let me pull up attendance real quick. Give me a second. I can't turn my camera on Teams because it doesn't like the fact that OBS currently is holding on to it. All right, Jordan, you feel free just to post in the chat too. You don't have to unmute your mic. There's a lot going on, so just let me know you're here. Jordan?
Here.
Thank you. Gilberto?
Here.
Jay?
Here.
Jacob.
Here.
Malcolm.
Here.
Joel.
Here.
Julian. Is Julian here?
Post in the chat that he is.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. Got you now. Joseph. Talon.
I am here.
Michael.
Bio.
Sean.
I'm here.
Christine. Here. Jacob.
I'm here.
William.
Here.
Alfredo.
Present.
Jonathan.
Here.
Josiah.
I'm here.
Logan. Logan Holt, are you here?
I am here. I forgot to unmute my mic.
Thank you. Will.
Here.
Zakari.
Here.
Jack.
Eho here.
Ven.
Here.
Mary.
Here.
Bradley.
Here.
Elliot.
Here.
Logan.
Here.
Joseph.
I'm here.
Chapin. Is Chapin here? See, you're signed in. Are you here, Chapin? Thank you. Got you. Martin. Dalen.
I'm here.
Carly.
Here.
Brennan.
I'm here.
Ryan.
Here.
Marcel.
Here.
Tristan.
Here.
And Brian. Okay. That's good. Okay, so I am going to let this run on that test one. I'm going to have everyone's video. Do you all just want to switch over to the Discord so I can turn Teams off because it's pretty intense power, you know, like, okay, cool. So as soon as I'm done talking, I'll jump over to the Discord. We can just chat in the general chat, that's fine. I would recommend, you know, kind of, you know, hit up some other people, make sure that other people are trying out your websites and your stuff to make sure everything works. So I am going to be updating the YouTube channel with all of the links, and I will post also in the Discord when I feel that I've done it completely. And I would want every team member to have at least one person double check those links for their team. I'm also going to make sure that the team evals are live. Let's see. That I need done by Friday. And it's really important that you fill those out because other, you know, your grade and others' grades are based off of team evals, so you can tell me what people did. Remember, it is a scale from 0 to 100. It is not A, B, C, or D. Please give me a numeric number. And it's really make sure that you're filling it out based on the work done from alpha to now, because you filled out a team eval after alpha. And you know, a lot has happened between alpha and now. So make sure you're filling it out with that in mind of, you know, how were the team members since then. Yes. And one thing I would also like is for you to tell me what those people did. Remember, part of the requirement for this is that art or programming assets from that person are in the final project. So I need to know like how much art or programming did they actually do for this project? Like, did they just do a couple things the first week and then peace out? Because they're going to get they should honestly get a grade that reflects that. So please make sure that you are filling those out honestly. It's really helpful for me. I'm not going to do a call in Discord. I'm just going to be on Discord. Like I'm going to have my web browser up and like posting to the chat on there. I don't want to do a video call because I'm messing with stuff on my end. But that's going to be the easiest way to contact me like ASAP is I'm going to be in there and like kind of posting things to that chat as things get completed. So I will update those links. I will make sure that the team eval thing is good to go, and I will send like an announcement out on Blackboard on where it is and to do it. But please be thorough with those. I need to know that information. So any last minute questions?
I'm confused a bit about the purpose of our personal streams. There's gonna be a video playing. I'm really confused about that.
Yeah, so when the presentations are over, I'm going to invite anybody participating in this to join in on the personal streams of the teams so that the teams can answer questions, they can show like they can actually like play their game and show the game. It's a way to interact with the people who have who are watching. So if someone finds your game interesting, they might want to come and chat with you about it or like ask a question or watch stuff with it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
So,
yes.
Okay.
It is not a requirement, but I recommend it. It's like a way to be able to interact one-on-one since during the stream, it's just going to be me playing the videos and introducing all of the projects. So this is your opportunity to talk to people. Okay, any other thing before we switch over to Discord? Okay, I'm going to hit the play button again. I'm just going to play all the videos. So if you see something wrong, please let me know ASAP with this. They are being played in the order that is listed on YouTube. Like that's the order that they're going to go in.
So I guess one question is, when do we start our personal streams? Like at the end?
After the presentation, yes.
Okay, so that will be roughly.
It's going to be about an hour. So it's probably going to be about 8 o'clock. We have 6 videos. None of them are hit the 10-minute mark, it looks like. And I just kind of do a quick intro to everything. So.
Gotcha.
Okay, I will start playing that video and I'll see you all in Discord.
Welcome back, fellas.
It's good to be back.
Hello.
In which chat? Our chat? Or like the school chat? No.
None that I can see. So far, at least.
Somebody has an echo. I think it might be Joe. Funny. It's me? Me? How is it me?
My friend Nut here. Yeah.
Huh.
Hello, everyone. Let me know if there's any audio issues in the chat. Thank you. Welcome, and thank you for coming to the 2022 Simulation and Game Development Capstone presentation. Our students have been hard at work for the last 9 weeks creating games from scratch. I'm happy that you are here to witness their hard work and success. For those of you who might not know the background of this, let me take a few moments to explain how these students got here. This is the Capstone class for our department, Simulation and Game Development. These students have been studying hard for the last 2 years to gain skills in video game art, programming, and sometimes they do both. At the start of this class, they split into teams and have the semester to design, construct, test, polish, and complete a game. We have 6 teams this year, and their projects are all completely different in idea and direction. They have put together videos to introduce themselves to show off their games. After the videos, all of the teams will have live streams of their own so that they can show off the games in more detail and answer questions that you have. If you can find the links in their descriptions below and also to their websites that have links to their playable games on itch.io. So I hope that you do take advantage of that. I want to make sure to thank all of the people who have supported these students through their journey. Wake Tech and the professors of simulation and game development were able to give them the space and knowledge to grow as game developers. This semester, we had Ken Turner, the department head, stop by and give valuable feedback during the development process. Red Bull was also gracious enough to visit our class multiple times with their e-athlete and team to talk to our students and give critique. Justin Johnson, a professor from NC State's Art and Design Department, also stopped by to give design critique. And of course, we should also thank the families of all of the students who were there to support them, not only for this class, but through their journey through Wake Tech. Finally, don't forget to fill out the survey. This feedback is important for the teams and your critique will allow them to improve their abilities. And it's also used as part of their final grade for this course. So I would like to start off this with our first project called Eternus. I'm not going to talk anything about this video. I'm just going to let it speak for itself. So give me a moment to get this one started.
Hi, my name is Carly Cito, and I'm the lead artist and creative director of the game Eternus. So my responsibilities included 3D modeling and texturing, and also the environmental art, which included like the atmosphere, the soundtrack, and the lighting of the game.
Hello everyone, my name is Logan Pomper and I'm the lead QA tester and level designer for Eternus. I was in charge of designing the game's levels, creating extra environment models, and managing quality assurance testing.
Hey all, my name is Gilberto Estrada, and I am the lead character artist for Eternus. My role in the development of Eternus was the creation and animation of the characters.
Hi everyone, I'm Josiah. I'm the lead programmer on Eternus. I primarily worked on making player movement, environmental interactions, as well as the user interface.
My name is Finn, and I'm one of the programmers on Eternus. I worked on AI, general gameplay, and overall file management.
So Eternus is a first-person survival horror game where the player must solve puzzles in order to progress through the game. So some of these puzzles include locating keys, unlocking doors, and crawling through vents in order to progress. Throughout the game, the player is able to hide under objects such as laundry bins or beds, allowing the player to hide from multiple enemies throughout the game. So going from floor to floor, the main objective is to escape from the hell that is Eternus.
One of my favorite parts of development early on was taking the white boxes I created for the levels and filling them out with textured models created by our artists. It felt very fulfilling to see everything slowly go from being untextured cubes to detailed models as development continued.
The biggest challenge throughout the development of Eternus was actually self-teaching myself how to rig characters, because this was the first time I had actually done it myself. It was a very challenging experience, but it's a very rewarding one. My process for creating the enemies in Eternus started in ZBrush, where I sculpted the high poly models, and then also got the low poly models by retopologizing them in ZBrush as well. From ZBrush I moved to Blender, and using Simply Cloth Pro I created the clothing for the enemies.
I wanted to have the player movement feel fluid and immersive, but not cumbersome. The player can do things like sprinting, jumping, and interacting with different things. The player is also able to hide inside certain props. When a player interacts with those props, they go inside the prop, restrict movement, limit viewing angles, and stop enemies from chasing the player. I also worked on the main user interface of the project. Me and my team wanted something simple and minimalistic, but also something that gives feedback when you push buttons or hover over them. Overall, I think the combination of the movement and mechanics makes for a really immersive experience that I hope you'll all enjoy.
The AI and Eternus all run using the Unity nav mesh. This was the fastest and easiest method, as attempting to program and debug a self-written A-star script would take a bit more time than we were given. This isn't to say, of course, that the pathfinding was easy. The hag's movement was the most challenging since her movement is restricted to the rig she's attached to. I had to find a way to keep her mesh attached to the tracks. In the end, I ended up having to create a duplicate of the ceiling rig to bake the nav mesh onto, then give the hag her own set of nav mesh agent values so that she wouldn't speed off the track. My biggest challenge in this project has been managing the team's files. We used GitHub for our source control, and it's been tough keeping everyone's work separate and organized. Needless to say, we've known our fair share of merge conflicts.
So the reason our team decided to use the setting of an abandoned hospital because it was the best setting for the complex enemy, the hag. Because of the way she moves, there's a lot of restrictions, especially with architecture. With that in mind, we decided to use an insane asylum, which is dressed in 1960s decor. The architecture that was used as a reference was the Victorian-era hospitals. This was because of their twisting and turning hallways, which can be quite confusing, and that was definitely taken advantage of when we began designing the level. Disorienting the player, along with the atmospheric choices, really made the player feel a lot of uncertainty, and that is exactly what we wanted.
Hi.
Coming up next, in a completely different direction, is a game called 3 is Too Many.
I'm Will Jones, and I was the team lead and lead level designer for the competitive level in 3 is Too Many. When designing the game 3 is Too Many, our team came up with the idea of having more than one map, but we knew that there was going to have to be a flagship model, a map that was the baseline of the rest of the game. That map for us was the competitive level. I had the pleasure of designing and building all of the assets for that map. The whole point of the map was to give you the 3-gun shooting experience within the digital realm. While playing through, you'll pick up a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. When I designed this map, I had to learn how to use new tools such as Speed Tree, which you can see I used to create the trees and some of the bushes in this level. I also designed all of the targets, some of which are designed so that you shoot and they fall over, some of which move back and forth, and then some of those targets will actually continue to spin around in circles as you shoot them. One of the things I'm quite happy with how it turned out was I wanted to create an experience where the play didn't feel so linear and so one-dimensional. I wanted the player to feel like there was a lot going on without overloading their senses in order to create a realistic feel. Overall, I'm very happy with how this map came out, and I really appreciate all the help that my team was able to offer me.
Hi, I'm Joseph Dominic, and I am the level designer and modeler for the sci-fi level in 3's Too Many. Alright, I'll be taking over for now. My name is Joseph Dominic, and I had the privilege of bringing everything you see in this sci-fi level to life. When we first decided on the concept of adding a sci-fi level, I immediately knew what I wanted to create. Laser tag is a widely recognized environment, so what if instead of other players, we filled a laser tag arena with targets? 8 weeks later, this is what I produced. The environment is the bulk of the work I completed. With assistance from our ingenious programmer Talon Epting and UI art from our asset creator Jordan Anderson, we were able to create a truly unique yet recognizable laser tag arena with an abundance of classic sci-fi elements. Black lights, atmospheric fog, neon spotlights, and emissive textures are all used to craft a grounded, believable, and most of all, a fun gameplay experience with an immersive environment.
Hello, I'm Ryan Tafalowski, and I am the Western Exhibition level designer for 3's Too Many. This is our Western Exhibition level. It is a procedurally generated level in which it will take 4 tiles out of a pool of 12 and arrange them in a random layout. There are over 10,000 different possible combinations using each of these tiles in different layouts for this level. It was quite the fun challenge coming up with a bunch of different tile layouts for this level, using the same props to make different layouts that would be both fun and interactive with the player. It was quite challenging to dictate player flow through this level. Because it's a procedurally generated level with a square shape, I couldn't dictate where the player would be coming from or where they'd be going in this level. The revolver has got to be my favorite work of anything I've made for this level. The modeling and texturing came together really well to make a really interesting looking weapon that I can be proud of.
Hello, my name is Talon Epting. I am the character and gameplay programmer for Three's Too Many.
Alright, welcome to Three's Too Many. I'll be your host for the tutorial. The player starts off in this enclosed area where they encounter a number of on-screen prompts that tell them what the controls are and how they can engage with the game. I'm particularly proud of implementing all of the features they're capable of. Sprinting, crouching, jumping, sliding. I'm also particularly fond of how the weapons turned out. They each use the exact same script, though their values are highly individualized. Everything from range to fire rate. Animations done by Brian can be toggled on and off from the pause menu, as you can see here, which I find particularly useful for the aim down sights feature, especially with the rifle. The targets themselves also use the exact same script with different values, as you can see. If you come down here, you find that the controls can be accessed from the pause menu anytime you wish.
Hi, my name is Brian Wallstreamer, and I am the prop animator and UI programmer for Three's Too Many. Hi, I'll be your guide to some of the weapon animations that are in Three's Too Many. As you can see, weapons have firing and reloading animations. Some targets also have animations to make it look as though they're reacting to the weapons being fired. Another thing that I'm really proud of is how the zooming in feature came. I hope you enjoy the game.
Hello, my name is Jordan Anderson. I'm with the team Three's Too Many. I took lead on modeling the 3 weapons in the comp level, which is the rifle, the shotgun, and the pistol.
In this video, I'll be highlighting some weapons I modeled for the competitive level. Here we have a rifle, which is a stage ARM3G rifle, something you see in a real-life competitive shooting. Just take a closer look at the scope here, charging handle. Take a closer look at the stock and the handle. You see it has like this plastic graining look. That's something a real life model would have. The hardest part probably was the barrel. After looking at some images online, I noticed it had this look, and I wanted to achieve that look in the model. Using the multi-cut tool, moving vertices, trying to make everything quads took some time, but we eventually got it done, and I'm proud of it. And it's just a model. Move on to the shotgun, which is the 870 Remington pump. Has some things going on here. Attachment strap. This piece right here has, as you see, any Remington model I have this look right here. Got some plastic graining going on. Bolts. The inside bolt for the shell. The handle slides back and forth. And this is it.
Up next, we have a platformer named Courageworth.
With TechRoad, I focused on learning shader graphs and more about particle systems to help
maximize my time and have more of it to work on making colorful but cohesive textures. When it came to the UI, I looked back at wooden signposts in an attempt to help the player feel more of the impact as they went along with the game.
Heyo, my name is Dalen, and I worked on the concept art, level design, and even did some QA testing for a game Courage. Having some of the artistic direction for a group, I started off with some concept art that would define the look for a game. I ended up making a doodle with the main character on the left, the enemy on the right, player shooting a fire projectile towards the enemy in a cave-like setting. And that pretty much became the theme of our game. When it came to modeling the environmental art assets, I wanted to keep a simplistic yet diverse set of pieces to fit within our theme. I could have done something more stylistic or even realistic if I really wanted to, but due to time constraints, I had to push myself back a little bit. The method I took was to create them in groups for effortless placing for the level designers.
Hi, my name is Martin Russo, and I did the level design and platform modeling for Courage. I designed levels 1 and 3, and I based them on 8-bit games like Super Mario Bros. And Zelda 2, which came up when we were brainstorming ideas for the game. Once the levels were blocked out, I took a look at them, and I modeled the platforms that I believed would best suit each level. Once those were done, I replaced the block out with the finished platforms that were textured by Dalen, another team member. After that, I play tested the game to make sure that every level was beatable. Something that I also did was accommodate the level, because at first the player was supposed to crouch, but that feature was removed. So some of the areas in the levels had to be redone to accommodate for that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Lavelle, and I worked on the combat for our game. In our game, I wanted to focus primarily on our combat elements and how they will differ from one another upon obtaining them. We have things from piercing shots to multiple shots in a short time to each having their own distinct uses in-game. Lastly, each spell implemented plays a role in their effectiveness against enemies, whether they're effective or ineffective.
Hello, my name is Jacob Godwin. I worked on our level design and modeling for our game. When it came to modeling, I modeled things like the next level sign, spell pickups, and enemy model, which the enemy model was my favorite. Just working with Dalen, getting to use his concept art to bring those ideas to life. And then for the level design, we split up our work, and I worked on about half the levels and designed the layout for the boss fight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zakari, and I worked on the player movement and cutscenes for the game. My goal with the player movement was to add a natural feel to the controls with minimal discrepancies. I believe having fluidity in the controls equates to more than half of the experience. Having an interest in the art aspects for a game, I also created the cutscenes you'll see throughout the game and how it ties in with the storyline.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Gomez Bernal, and I worked on the animation, 3D modeling, and the main background artist for our game. As a team lead, I ensured to keep our environment group supportive, organized, and cohesive. During that time, I also worked on the environmental backgrounds of our levels, primarily using parallax, adding depth to bring life to our dimensional choice. I also worked on the character animations for our protagonist, Luke, created by Dalen in his concept art. Character animations is where I spent the majority of my time seeing how I focus on smooth transitions from state to state, ensuring fluid movement as the character moves and interacts with the environment. Thank you very much for watching your game.
Let's take a look at a game that doesn't take place on Earth next. Astronauts.
Hey, we're Darkside Studios, and this is our game, Astronauts.
Hi, my name is Marcel Valdez, and I'm the lead for Astronauts, as well as gameplay and AI programmer and level designer. The core of what I did came from the puzzle aspect of the game, as it's the core aspect of the game. So making sure interactions between the player and the puzzles and feedback was there for the player to understand how each puzzle worked, as well as interactions between the player and other aspects of the game, such as the platforming sections that we had or enemies in the game. My favorite part about development was probably getting to create the concepts and actually programming the puzzles for each game. I enjoy solving puzzles of other games or stuff like jigsaws, so getting to work backwards and deconstructing them is very enjoyable for me to do. Ironically, the hardest part was also coming up with the ideas for each puzzle, as I wanted the puzzles in each section to kind of fit the theme that they were in and didn't seem too random. So getting unique puzzles for each area was quite a challenge for me to do.
Hi, I'm JD, Julian Davis, and in Astronauts, I served as the audio engineer. I did the music, the background soundscapes, sound effects, and worked with the voice actor. The other thing I did in Astronauts was I was the 2D artist, which means I did the user interfaces, everything in 2 dimensions that it was overlaid across the 3-dimensional screen. The thing I liked most about Astronauts, besides creating some really good scores, was the fact that I got to work with cameras, and there are 2 views within the game, which were me learning how to project a view onto a 2D platform. So you have a panel that's a close view, which is a camera rendering a view of the game screen onto one of the overlays on top of the main play screen.
Hello, my name is Elliot Nosov, and I worked as 3D artist and partial level designer in the jungle area of our game, Astronauts. The aspect of the game that I enjoyed the most, and also am the most proud of, was the temple at the end of the jungle area. It's both the most aesthetically interesting and a very mechanical heavy area in the game, so designing it was interesting, combining the mechanics of the laser-based puzzles and the aesthetics of an old ruined temple. It adds a bit of life to the world. The part of the project that was the most challenging to me was getting everyone's ideas to come together, because everyone has their different skill sets, their different vision, and getting everyone to both effectively communicate what they want to do and put it together to make a cohesive product was both a struggle, but very rewarding when we finally saw all of the pieces put together to make one complete game.
Hello everyone, my name is Sean Gilroy. I'm one of the artists on our astronaut project. My main responsibilities included creation, sculpting, texturing, and animation of the main character Astro 1, and subsequently each of his companions. I was also responsible for level design and creation of the volcanic level, and all of the assets and textures created within, as well as some other assets and textures made for other levels. Easily my favorite part of the project was in the creation of our main character, mostly because I love ZBrush and it just seems so intuitive to me. And the hardest was to export our levels that we had created using tile maps in Unity and recreating them in Maya and then re-importing them back into Unity. But I hope all of you enjoy our game and enjoy the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Bradley Meyer, and I am a foliage artist as well as level designer for the game Astronauts. I helped in the creation of the jungle, volcano, and hub levels, as well as fully designed and textured the polar level. I also assisted Julian in some sound effects, and I also helped Marcel in getting the polar level to be functional. I came up with the isometric view that's used during gameplay from the beginning, as I felt that that would be a lot more unique and it would make our game stand out against the competition. I also assisted in its design with the blocky trees to give it that sort of alien feel from our smooth world to a semi-blocky world. I also helped with a lot of QA testing for the game and discovered many bugs and documented them and informed people of them. And yeah, I hope you have a good time playing this year game.
Hi everyone, I'm Malcolm Coronado, a programmer from Darkside Studios and 3D modeler and gameplay programmer for our game Astronauts. A concept for a puzzle that has been used in the game Astronauts is set in the volcano level where the player, twice by the way, needs to traverse through lava using the platforms surrounded and on top of the lava. However, the catch is that some of the platforms can sink, and in order to tell the difference between the ones that can sink and the ones that cannot, watch their wobbling pattern. The alien that is seen throughout the game was all modeled and textured by me. It's interesting to note that there are actually two versions of the jellyfish, with one of them being finalized. The first jellyfish that you see on your screen is actually a prototype, while the second jellyfish that you see on your screen right now is the finalized version. I am very pleased with our product, and I hope that all of you have a good time with our game.
Welcome.
The next game doesn't feature a human character. It's named Playday.
To Playday. In Playday, you'll use a tank to explore a maze of imagination. Explore high and low, near and far, to rescue your missing toys from the evil red tanks. Find all the toys, and you'll get to fight the dreaded Big Tank. Along the way, you'll find additional weapons to increase your arsenal. Fun meets a whole new level in Playday by Psionic Technologies.
Hello everyone, I'm Logan Holt, and I am the team lead and lead programmer of Psionic Technologies, the team bringing you Playday. I also served as an assistant level designer of sorts, primarily when it came to implementing collision and triggers into the level. In Playday, you play as a toy tank and explore a labyrinth inside of a house to find your missing toy soldiers. As you explore the house, you'll encounter enemy tanks that block your path and find new weapons to strengthen your arsenal. The game takes place within the child's imagination, which inspired using various toys and household objects to build the level's geometry. This gives our game a very appealing aesthetic that kids will enjoy. My favorite part of making this game was making the systems for the tank's control and the weapons. I programmed the tank controls in a way so that they could be controlled by a player, or an AI that feeds inputs into the same scripts for controlling the tanks. The result is that the tank logic was consistent for both the player and enemies, saving time and effort in development throughout the process. The biggest challenge we faced, in my opinion, programming-wise, it was largely getting all that we wanted into the game, while also implementing quality of life features, all in a pretty short time frame of 5 weeks, due to plans changing midway through the semester. There were a lot of late nights, for me especially, in the mid-stages of making this game. Overall, I'm very proud of the work my team has accomplished, and I hope you enjoy our game.
Hello, my name is Jay Caldwell. I am the 3D prop modeler, the environment artist, and the level designer for Playday. My favorite job for working on Playday would have to be level designer. I enjoy making levels for games for my buddies to play whenever we are. So, when they asked me to do this, I was really happy. I enjoy making puzzles, mazes, I enjoy in general. One of the most difficult challenges for Playdate to me, though, had to be working in Unity. I haven't worked in Unity for so long. I've always been working on Unreal Engine, and that just came so naturally. So when we came back to Unity, I had to ask for help. I had people teach me how to use Unity again, where the settings were, how to do certain things, and they did. Once we got everything settled, it took off naturally. I designed the level, made the puzzles, made mazes. It was really fun, and I hope y'all enjoy it too.
Hi everyone, I'm Joel Davenport. I was the UI artist as well as the painter of all the materials in Playday. I also did some QA. My favorite part about the project was playing the game and QAing it with my son. He is 8, and our target audience was around his age. So we really wanted to get his feedback, and he loved the game. He was really proud of what we all did in a short amount of time. And I, in turn, am very proud of the level design, the programming, all of the hard work that our team did when we came together and we had a clear direction. And the amount of work we did in a short amount of time was phenomenal. And I hope everyone has a great experience playing this game. And thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is William Goldman, and I am the assistant programmer for Playday. I assist with the enemy AI and getting combat with the player up and running. As my group may have mentioned, we used to be working on a third-person shooter. I am most familiar with the humanoid enemies featured in this past game, the way they act, move, etc. So these tank enemies were a different challenge for me. A tank-like enemy with a head that turns independently of its body was a unique challenge. We had to rework the enemy movement and aiming from scratch, because obviously, a tank doesn't move the same as a human. The nav mesh would have made a great tool, but it made the tanks feel a little too cartoony. So a new system was made. Through various checks, the tank could generate a point, tell if it's to the right or the left, and then rotate accordingly. This allowed the tanks to spin on the spot, then move, rather than spin and move at the same time like with the nav mesh. I hope you enjoy our game, Playday.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Flicker, and I am the assistant programmer for the game Playday. As stated in the group roles, I worked with the UI for the game. I implemented things such as the pause menu, the main menu, the minimap, and the windscreen. I placed the UI elements where they needed to be, and used UI assets that were designed by Joel. One of my favorite things that I like to do in this game was test to see if there are any major bugs in the game and also playing the game. From what we have started from the creation of the game, I had most of the UI elements already implemented, but over the course of the time I had to update them by adding art to the buttons and the panels. And also I added some new stuff like the option between simple or advanced controls and the weapon UI. Alright, for simple controls is when the tank moves in the direction that cannon moves in the tank's direction going. And with advanced controls, the turning is handled manually. Before beta, we had to make a change to our roles in our group, but seeing it with Jay's level design work, it made this game something special. This concludes my message. I hope you enjoy Playday.
My name is Joseph Portillo, and I'm the main tank's designer, assistant modeler, and I was in charge of the sound effects and music. I'm also the one who came up with the idea for the current game we've created. The original game that we were making was not working out, so instead I suggested how about we use the tank that I have been creating as the main player, and we should make it a toy tank. That way we can still reuse the props that we were working on, and that way it could take in child's imagination. So we talked back and forth what the story should be with one another, and we decided it's a child's imagination. That way it can explain why you're fighting off other tanks, why you're collecting these toy soldiers, and also why when you reach the parents' room you fight this big boss tank. I'm really proud of my team. We've all been putting in a lot of work, especially a lot of crunch time, and we've all been applying a bit of ourselves into the game. I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you.
Enjoy Play Day!
Finally, the last game of the evening is Conjure Quest.
In the great tower of the keep, the wizards gather to enjoy a lovely cup of tea together. Tragedy strikes as a freshly prepared cup of tea is knocked over, causing its rich contents to spill on the table. This insult cannot be tolerated, and wizards do not settle disputes simply. Fisticuffs are, of course, far too vulgar to be tolerated by these old bones, and chess is far too simple for minds of this caliber. No, what we need is something more magical. Welcome to Conjure Quest, the game 9 out of 10 wizards recommend to resolve quarrels by managing your magical creations on an even greater magical board.
Hello and welcome to Conjure Quest. I'm Brennan Sullivan and I had the pleasure of being the team lead for this project. I know we all worked really hard and had a great time on this project, and the whole team is really excited to introduce themselves to you. So let's get on to that.
My name is Tristan Vitra and I am the UI designer in Conjure Quest.
My name is Jonathan Hamill. I am an artist and sound designer for Conjure Quest.
Hello, my name is Christine Grodowski and I'm a 3D artist.
My name is Jacob Coleman. I am the networking programmer as well as the core systems designer and programmer.
My name is Chapin Reel and I'm a 3D artist and tech artist on Conjure Quest.
Hey, I'm Brennan Sullivan, and I had the pleasure of being team lead for Conjure Quest along with one of its two main programmers. I designed systems of player input into the game and systems the player would use to interact with the map, like settlements, buildings, and units. It was amazing to work with this team to break down what we wanted to do in our next step every week, and I think my favorite part was just watching as all of those things that we've been working on every week just came together to make this amazing game.
During this project, I found that making a networked multiplayer game is both challenging and rewarding. While there were plenty of networking issues early on, learning to fix them was probably my favorite part of this project, and is something I will hopefully be able to expand upon during my career. Finding a solution to some of these networking issues was extremely rewarding to me, especially when it was something I was teaching myself. Something that is similarly rewarding is seeing this project finally come to completion. I'm both excited and proud of how Conjure Quest turned out, and I can't wait to let everyone play it.
My primary role was creating the 3D assets. I modeled and textured some of the environment objects. I also modeled and textured the level 2 structure, ghost and mushroom units, as well as a few of the game tiles. I also helped with designing the main menu UI and creating the elements for it. One of the greatest things I got from making Conjure Quest was watching it come to life as we put all of the pieces together.
I worked on some of the tiles and the environment pieces for the game, as well as some of the more technical art aspects such as shaders and working with the lighting and the post-processing to help make all of the elements come together and feel like this board is coming to life, like it's these wizards creating these little terrariums that are put together to allow them to play this game. One of my favorite parts working on the game was getting to create shaders like the water shader to add sort of elements of movement that the player would get to see and just sort of feel like they're one of the wizards playing the game.
I've created the design assets for the main UI lobby screen and the faction selection screen and the resource tree. I've also created concept art for the faction info screens. And my favorite part about this project was working with a talented and dedicated team that I can't thank enough for allowing me to work on a very important part of Conjure Quest.
My name is Jonathan. I helped out with the modeling and the texturing and other artist stuff, but primarily I was the audio guy for Conjure Quest. I created all the sounds, I composed the music, and I basically directed the sound of the game. What I'm most proud of in particular would have to be the music, which I composed with FL Studio and Spitfire Labs. I was able to craft this sort of subtle soundscape of mandolins, strings, dulcimers, and other instruments that are included with Spitfire Labs. And it sort of blended in with and enhanced the fantasy themes of this game while not completely distracting from it. One of my dream jobs is to become a video game composer, and working on this project has definitely helped cement that as one.
Conjure Quest was originally envisioned as a village management simulator, but as we came up with further ideas and looked at other games for how we wanted it to play, it evolved into this multiplayer turn-based strategy game. When we were throwing around a lot of ideas for how to make the game more unique, we came up with the idea of the game being this sort of ritual that wizards would use to resolve disputes. That's how we arrived at the idea of Conjure Quest. The simple goal of Conjure Quest is to be the first player to reach the winning point total. That point total gets set by the host at the beginning of the game, and is hopefully something that everyone agreed on. People can get points through creating more settlements or upgrading their existing ones, but to do that, they need resources. That's where the resource management comes in. Players get resources based on where they've placed their settlements, and what buildings those settlements have. Making more settlements is easy enough. New settlers can be trained at any current settlement that a player has, and then those settlers can be moved anywhere that's eligible for a building, and given the right resources, then they'll make a new settlement. Upgrading settlements is simple once it's been researched, but it takes quite a few resources. Making more buildings is how a player can really take off in resource production. To get more buildings that they can make, each player can research a new building every turn, and then they can construct those buildings in their settlements. The first tier of each building will just give a small bonus in resources gathered, but the second tier doubles the amount gathered. This gives a nice balance of wanting to get all of the resources, but also not wanting to have to spend too much on different buildings when placing settlements. To make the system a little more forgiving though, we added a system where you can trade resources you have too many of for other resources. This starts out at a pretty bad ratio of 4:1, but there are 2 buildings that can be built to get the ratio down to 2:1. All in all, we did our best to make a balanced game where everyone would feel like they could be in the running for victory, and have fun grabbing for territory.
Like any good team, we had our problem spots. I think our main struggles were just looking at the scope of the game and trying to figure out what parts we were going to be able to include and have be as perfect as we wanted. And there were definitely some things that got cut, but I think all of that has gone forward to make Conjure Quest into a wonderful product that we're all very proud of.
I'd like to thank you again for coming to this presentation. Please don't forget to use the links below to visit the teams in their live streams so you can play their games and talk with them directly. I know that they would appreciate all of you going and having conversations, asking questions, giving them some live feedback. But please also don't forget to fill out the surveys for the students. You can find all of these links below in the description in YouTube. I hope to see you again next year, and hopefully next year we will be able to be in person again.
Does anybody know who 11C's Ma is?
That is my mother.
Oh, cool.
I guess she found the Discord link from somewhere.
It's on our website.
Ah, okay. Well, there it is. Yeah. Yes, I am on the Twitch stream.
Yeah, I'm looking at both. Perfect. Hey, real quick, Joe. Did you download that off of the active link? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Just wanted to make sure, because we had to update it last minute for the leaderboards. Yeah, they were wiped. That's why one of the reasons why I'm asking. When did you download it? You might have to re-download it. But go ahead and give it a try. See what happens.
I had downloaded one version, but I don't think it was the updated one. Yeah, you sound great. I don't know. Actually, I hear you through the chat.
Yeah, I've got the stream muted, so I'm not getting much of an echo. I was just keeping an eye on the chat if anyone dropped in had a question. I, for one, was really impressed with a lot of the work everyone did. There's some really cool stuff. Yeah, they went through the blackout phase very, very hard.
I was very impressed with them, and then I was also very impressed with Playday.
Yes.
They had to restart.
Yeah, they did a do-over, so
yeah,
the product was all the more impressive.
A heck of a turnaround.
Well, judging from the initials, I think I know who it is.
Man, Jordan. Coming in strong.
Right.
Jordan!
So we've got 6 people watching the Twitch, but that might be us.
Yeah, we got a little split.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's like what? There's like 30 plus students. So if each of them brings like 2 family members, like just parents, and yeah, 100's about right. So long on YouTube at least. I don't know if we had a Twitch stream or anything like that. I don't think we did. Yeah.
Good luck with that. Oh man, good shot.
Yeah, but if anyone in any of the chats has any questions, we will do our best to answer them.
Yeah.
Whether you post it in Twitch, Discord, or YouTube, we'll...
I'm actually going to go ahead and take the opportunity and post up the website in the chat.
See our wonderful faces.
Hey, hi George. Yeah.
George, hello.
Appreciate
Hello,
the
Mr.
kind
Guy.
words, George.
You say I don't see it.
I think it's in YouTube. I've got the Twitch
Oh,
stream pulled up. Oh, no, there's the website.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and make a post on LinkedIn. I follow some people on LinkedIn that are in the game development business. Maybe they'll see it out there. So the funny thing is your Twitch stream is faster than your YouTube stream right now.
Yeah, they have a bit more infrastructure for this, you know.
Did not know that. That's true. That's true.
There's only be a few seconds behind though, so nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I thought they were super cool.
It was definitely a nice touch.
Yeah.
See. Might as well be 5 right there. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, George. We're glad you stopped by. Appreciate it.
You know what's funny? Exactly how difficult it was to actually get that text pop up for how many points each target is worth.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah, mostly just silly mistakes and oversights that, eventually came around.
Isn't that how it always goes? You're like, I did it. It's gonna be great, and then you go to implement it, and it's like, but you're supposed to work.
Yeah. Yeah, like that about 4 or 5 times over.
You were the chosen one.
You were supposed to destroy the bugs, not be one!
On a side note, I know I said it before, but I really appreciate all the hard work you guys put into this and being able to work with you guys, because I don't think there was another team I'd have rather worked with.
Yeah. It was really fun to get all this done. I was kind of going in with the because you guys picked me up like day of, so I was going in with the expectation, like, oh, I wouldn't, like, I don't mind getting like not much say in it, but it was actually really fun to be able to kind of let my brain out onto the table, and you guys were like, yeah, that sounds great.
Yes, sir.
It was a pleasure, boys.
Always has been.
Yeah. More Western themes for you, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not like I even prefer like Western theme. It was just, I was like, hey guys, I got a cool idea for a silent film style thing.
But so here's the thing, right? You say that, but I've heard talk that this is not the first Western project you've worked on.
Yeah, that's what Talon's referencing. We were in Design 2 for a team, and we made a top-down, I guess like racing shooter arcade sort of thing that was Western themed.
Cool.
So
yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, the idea is you're like on horseback, like riding down like a lane. It was kind of like Galaga, but horseback, and then like obstacles would come down, and you're kind of like trying to outrun, like the lawmen. So
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, like shoot at lawmen, avoid your outlaw friends. In the last level, the sheriff would try to come and catch you.
Yeah, we had like a boss chase you down, so you could like stall him, and he'd fall behind a little bit, but then he'd catch back up. So, yeah. That was actually my first foray into pixel art, and it actually turned out really good. So that's why I put that in my little blurb, I believe, in my looking for group post.
It was incredible.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, guys.
I can see it now in that 80s credits montage. Ryan went on to work on Red Dead Redemption 3.
Yeah. No, not only Red Dead Redemption 3, but it's like Red Dead Redemption 3, they were planning on ending the game, but Ryan's work was so good, they made Red Redemption 4, Red Redemption 5.
It was a solo project. I got hired by Rockstar to just work on this.
Now, now the only question is, does your story end as like a happy ending, or is there a tragedy waiting to strike?
Do I get too big for my britches and
exactly.
rob a bank?
Yeah, exactly. No. It's like you become super successful making these Western video games, and then for some reason they just die out, and you end up spending your fortune on trying to keep it alive.
I will innovate the Western-styled games renaissance.
You've heard of Western. Now have you heard of Space Western?
Oh god.
Actually, if you want to get to Space Western, there's a show called Firefly. And
take my love, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. I don't care, I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me. That Firefly.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was... Well, I mean, it's better than anything I can do.
Yeah, are you kidding? If I tried to do that, it would be god awful.
The only thing I can sing consistently that's an actual song is like Country Roads. But I say that with like an ounce of hesitation because I didn't learn it because it's an actual song. It's not bad actually nowadays. Yeah, nowadays it's not bad. The launch though, don't know what they were thinking.
Ooh.
Country Roads, it was the key all along.
Goodness.
Looking at the gameplay though, I so wish I had found a way to get that film grain in a Unity. But it was such a pain in the butt. Like, let me tell you, dude, I looked up so many video tutorials and all of them I actually got really close, but I just couldn't find a way to make it like an overlay. Like I got the image on top, but it was just like the film grain on a black screen. So I was like, okay, let me take it into Premiere and turn it into like a semi-transparent like video. That didn't work. So it's a whole mess.
Yeah.
My guess is they're probably in one of the 2 labyrinth tiles, I believe. I wasn't paying attention the whole time, but they're probably in here somewhere. I know there's 3 targets per tile. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, it's always 3 per tile.
You know, I just realized if you had kept the red on the target, you'd have like a little bit of a Sin City feel too.
Yeah, I tried to keep it, but the problem is
It's all or nothing.
Well, no, I had to make the skybox and the lighting black and white. So there was in the shoot, what is it called? Post processing effects. One of them was just like I think it was like color correction or whatever, and I just like bumped the hue to 0 or whatever, and it just gave it black and white.
Yeah.
So that fixed the skybox being not black and white. But then I was like, I wonder if I can just do it the hard ways and make like a black and white skybox myself. The problem with that is there's a big line going through the middle of the skybox, so I'm not sure if I just didn't make the right image file or what. But yeah, it's not there. Yeah, it was patched out. That was an iteration that never made it to a package. So,
well, for future reference, Joe, if you're in the middle of a presentation and somebody says, "Yeah, I really fucked this up," don't go looking for the thing that they messed up in front of it.
Don't worry. I'll own up to my mistakes.
There you go.
Yeah, you didn't see the big line tearing through the sky that would flicker.
The great rift chaos.
Yeah, pretty much.
There was a part of that behind you. It was on your left, to your left. You turned to your right when I said to your left. Now go straight.
It's in the T tile. Let's see, there's still that little bit of glow. But yeah, there's a happy little accident of the wooden slats allowing you to see targets through the walls. So it just worked out.
I remember in the beginning you were like, nothing. Player can't use wooden slats. No.
I mean, yeah, I want them to speedrun it, but I don't want them to bypass the whole tile, you know?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. There is that part of me that was like, what if we put like a button that you could press, or like if it reached a certain time, it'd be like a big arrow like pointing like above where the thing is, and I feel like if we had more time, we'd be able to add like that sort of accessibility option, but yeah, c'est la vie. Yeah, looking back, maybe I should have reworked the labyrinth tile, because it was fun to make, but yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
Oh, yes. The labyrinth. My God.
Well, you know what? It's easy to look back and be like, I should have done this differently or whatever, but like, it does its job, right? Like, it adds a little bit of complexity. It's different.
Yeah.
I just think I maybe should have, again, looking back, but made it a little bigger maybe, make it flow a little faster. Maybe not have a dead end in there, so you kind of just flowed straight through it and was like, bang, bang, bang. There's all the targets or whatever.
I've actually worked out a system for it myself, but
well, yeah, when you play it enough and what entrances lead to what targets. Kind of becomes a little easy at that point.
Right.
I'm surprised how many double tiles we're getting in this. Quite a few.
Well, doubles are not that.
Yeah, it's not that rare, but you know, it's still, you know, what is it? What are the chances? 1 in 12, 1 in 24 to get a 1 in 22 to get a double tile. Yeah. Oh yeah, because reduced chance or whatever. Yeah, there's 12 different ones. I originally had 8 designed, but then I was like, 8 feels a little low. So you're gonna be using like, you know.
Now, 8 only gives me 5,000 different variations. I'm feeling more like the 10,000 variations.
And now, yeah, I was like, you're gonna be using 50% of the tiles each level. It's like that could be a little repetitive. It's like, let me see what I can do. So I whipped up some new ones.
The really cool thing here is, like, if you wanted to, right, you could go back here and you could just keep adding tiles to this, and it's a new play experience, a new play experience, a new play experience, right? I think that's one of the really cool ideas behind the procedurally generated thing here.
Yeah, it allows for a ton of expansion, and you can always add like a tile with like, I don't know, a new mechanic or something like that, or a new prop, and it'll be, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. It just, you know, spawn in.
Yeah,
it was definitely like in the little document that we had to write up, where it was like, what would you do in the future if you had more time? And it's like, oh, that's easy, just new tiles, more stuff in new tiles. It's like, you know, it was really easy. Yeah, that's, you know, this procedurally generation is just it's such a, I don't want to say band-aid solution, because it's not a band-aid. It's a really good solution to replayability. It's why roguelikes are so popular. It's like, it's so, like, you know, like, God, my brother plays Binding of Isaac. That game came out like what, like many years ago, and it's his most played game. He's got like well over 1,000 hours on it, I bet.
Wow. Out of curiosity, have you ever checked out what's it called, Hunt Showdown?
Oh, I have seen some gameplay of it, and I know I have some friends who play it, but I have not personally played it.
No, that's a game that I think working on would be like right up your alley.
Let me guess, is it the Western theme?
It's not exactly Western.
Oh yeah, it's not exactly, but yeah, there's like, you know, the lever actions, the revolvers, the like.
Yeah, right. It kind of has the it's like a bygone age of firearms, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is cool. I'd love to work on that game. In fact, I just applied for 15 positions with that company.
Oh. I mean, yeah, you know, cover all your bases.
15?
Do you ask a question, Jordan?
I said 15.
Yeah, I don't know if it was actually 15. It was probably more like, if we're being honest, it was probably more like 6. But it felt like 15.
Yeah.
Round it up, you know.
Yeah, you know, right. Closest whole number.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Yeah, they're close enough.
Good boy.
Boom. Like we said, round it up.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, I mean, then again, I guess none of the projects really had much like story writing in it, so.
No, that was one of the things I kind of talked about with these guys when we first started like coming together as a team, was like, as much as I would have loved to have created a game that had like a good storyline, you have to be. We had to have enough time to to make sure that the storyline finished.
Yeah.
Like, 8 weeks is not the time frame to try and put together an in-depth narrative.
Yeah,
Right.
I get that, but my backup idea was before I found out that solo groups wouldn't be allowed when I was, going through like everybody I knew. I was like, hey, do you have an opening in your group? And everybody was like, nah, sorry, we're already like pretty full. But I had a plan. It was essentially gonna be a what are they called? It's the like story driven game where it's like, I guess it would be like a horror game where you had like the art
like
and a little
choose your path.
Yeah, like a point and click adventure game in a way, where it's like, because that would be really easy like to program in my head at least. It's been a while, so I would have obviously needed to brush up on my programming. It was one of those things. It's like all you need is like a trigger box, you click on, it's like next screen,
Every time I think I'm like, this should be easy, right? We can make this easy. Every single time I say that, it's never easy. It's never. So.
Yeah, I guess to get the atmosphere right in a horror game, in a point and click adventure game, there'd be a lot of like timing stuff. But I think, like, obviously it's been a while. Yeah,
and your like 2D art would have to be stellar.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna bank on. I was gonna bank on the fact of I had just like, I think Design 2 was in fall, wasn't it? But,
it should have been.
Was it?
I think so. I can't remember. It was recent, but
yeah.
I was banking on like just coming out of like a bunch of art classes, so I was like, okay, if I can make some really like standout art, like for a solo project, and just make it like a real simple game, but have a lot of like nice art, good atmosphere, that sort of thing. That was going to be like my sort of plan.
The next Pokemon.
Yeah, it was because it was solo. I had to keep the scope small,
right?
So it was like just point and click, like real short story. I could like really flex like my writing. I could just write some like really good dialogue, like some good descriptions of like rooms and stuff like that, and really like show the stuff I want to get into while also making a good game for this sort of project. So
yeah.
So yeah, then you guys showed up. So
yeah, as a fellow writer, I would be really intrigued to actually check out some samples.
Ooh, well, I didn't have anything written up. However, I did post my writing portfolio that I whipped up for the website on the website, I think, so long as we'll put it in there.
I'm pretty sure that is what happens when you click on your name.
Alright, cool. But yeah, I've got a writing portfolio there of some of my work. So if you want to check that out, anyone in the stream as well, you can go and give it a read. I think there's like 4 things there. There should be, I think, 1 poetry collection, which was just from creative writing, and I put in there because a lot of people said they like my poems. And then I think there was 2 short stories and 1 like full-on story. Oh no, it wasn't 2 short stories. It was 1 story, and then 1 was I guess an in-universe article for like a fantasy world. I wrote it for D&D, but it doesn't necessarily have to fit into D&D. I guess it would kind of, with the mention of like spell levels and stuff, but you get the idea.
Ryan, how long have you been in the SGD program?
It's
2022.
Yeah, so 4 years?
Okay. I was gonna say I don't think we've ever had a class together besides this one.
But we had the you were in my character design class, weren't you?
When was your character design class?
Yeah, I had the who was it? I had the dancer that had the water magic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were like front left. Like very front row, and you gave a lot of like really good feedback to everybody.
It's funny. I don't actually like being the only person who gives feedback, but nobody else talks. So it's like somebody will up there, they're like, "Yeah, this is my project," and then it's like crickets. And
yeah,
it's like,
I get you.
somebody's got to tell this guy something, right? Like, it's like putting out your resume and never getting a fucking word back. Like,
oh yeah,
it's the worst.
Yeah, I would, I'm not trying to like excuse anything, but the reason I don't is because I typically just sit, I guess, like in the back or in the middle, and my voice does not carry over a room very well.
No, absolutely not. That I know is a lie. You know how I know that's a lie? Because you have a very deep voice. So
you'd be like, do you remember? Wasn't there somebody like up there, or no? They were online, weren't they? And then I said my whole thing, and they were like,
no. Yeah, okay, but that was because the mic in that class, to speak over to speak over it was hard, because I heard you loud and clear when you were there, like no problem, easy. But then they're like, if somebody's talking, I can't hear anything, right? That was not you. It's funny, I didn't even remember we were in class together. I think that was probably because you were all the way at the back and I was all the way at the front. You were quiet.
and we were on like the same like row or column, so it was like you were like way in front of me and I was way behind you. So
yeah, that might have been the only class we had together. Anyways,
unless there was an online class in which it was just like we didn't see each other's faces, so it was like no memory.
That happened to me with a couple people actually. Me and Talon were actually talking a couple weeks ago. Actually, it's probably like 4 weeks ago at this point. But we were talking about an idea for a game. It's kind of like a build your own game workshop sort of thing.
So like a sandbox game?
Yeah, but it's like...
So, the premise is essentially like, take a tabletop campaign and video gametize it.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah, if you like Dungeons and Dragons, right, you're familiar with how Dungeons and Dragons is, kind of how it plays out, right? Like, you have the Dungeon Master, he builds out the campaign and the levels and stuff, right? It's basically being able to give him a tool where he can do that all digitally instead of having to do it on pen and paper.
Sure.
Right.
So was it like just maps, or is it like
no?
You can make maps and you can place like your characters in, and you can play the game like a little die coming up.
Yes. And
to an extent, character creation, items, anything. Really.
Yes. Right. And here's the cool thing, right? Like, let's say that you wanted to make loot for a boss hitting field, right? You wanted to make it like a cloak that gives you +1 strength, right? Then you create an item in the game. You pick the cloak that you want to be the item, and whenever the players do the mission, if they succeed, you award the cloak, and it has whatever attributes you put onto it, and they can actually wear the cloak, and they can see their character in the cloak.
So it's like an all-in-one sort of like with those digital. So it's like, I guess like what's it called? Shoot, I don't use this even though my D&D group should. It's like D&D Beyond and
right. Like
Roll20.
Roll20.
That's it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like those two mashed together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think there's a like a Roll20 sort of style, or like it copies the same thing that Roll20 does. I don't know what it's called because it was brought up ages ago, but it's like this. I think it's a game or like a thing on Steam you can get. It's like a 3D map thing. You can place like your characters in there. Like if you have like a FBX or something like that for your character, you can place them in there.
Are you talking about Tabletop Simulator?
No. It might be. Hold on. I don't think it is. The name does sound familiar, but I don't think it's that. Oh no, yeah, it's different. It's specifically for like RPGs.
Okay.
I think it like lets you make maps and stuff like that. I know my brother has it, but I don't.
Gotcha.
And...
But and then the other thing, like this was something that I was thinking about. You as the dungeon master, you kind of play the bad guys to some extent.
Yeah.
But like if the players are coming up to your boss, you can, as the dungeon master, take control of the boss and play the boss.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I get you. So it's like, like in that sense, would you want to make it like in the style of just a digitized tabletop, or like in the style where it's like Divinity, like where it's like an RPG, but it's got like all like these like nicely animated characters running around. It's like, but it's just a little bit more refined.
I really don't know. I tend to imagine this as a sort of stylized action RPG, maybe a third person for everyone's perspective, whoever's involved, in the gameplay, but really depends, I guess.
I'm not positive on this because there's a lot of different ways you could go with it that could be good. My mind leans towards isometric.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a market out there for it. I know, like like RPG players or dungeon masters or whatever your preferred term is would like love to have a system that just allows them to easily set up something digitally and just play with people online.
Right, and I think there's a certain level of like rule of cool where like it's cool that you can roll the dice and kind of imagine what your character's doing.
Yeah.
It's a lot cooler when you can actually see your character throwing a fucking fireball.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion there definitely should be a balance of that, Like, the difficulty is deciding where exactly, because
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, there's a part of the fun is finding like cool ways to interpret something, and be like, oh, why? Like maybe the dungeon master didn't think like his player would, I don't know, use a certain spell on like the water and have like a cool effect in there. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let you do that because it's a cool interaction.
Sure.
It might not be something you can do online. It's just, but if you have like, I don't know, pen and paper, like a map in front of you with like a big circle, you can just be like, this is the area of effect of what happened, or like you guys make a saving throw or something. So
it's going to be it'd be a huge challenge determining how to meld the way the theater of the mind works with the limitations of a preset electronic system.
Yeah. What I think would be cool to do, though, like, you could use something like, I don't know, Roblox as, like, a basis. Because that is, like, there's been some really amazing stuff that, like, people have just created using Roblox as, like, a basis. But you could make it, like, maybe a little bit more refined and, like, focusing, like, that tabletop sort of idea. So it's definitely possible. I'd love to see something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool idea. I think the hardest part of it all would just be the scope, right? Because you're talking about taking, something that has a cult following and imagination behind it, and you have to make it. You have to make it good, right? Like if you made an okay version of this game and it's got the Dungeons & Dragons IP on it, people are gonna hate it because they're gonna imagine what they want it to be, and it's not gonna be that. Yeah. So you would have to make this thing, and you would have to fucking sling that shit out of the park, right? Like, it would have to be next level.
Yeah. Though, like with like today's interest in D&D and like tabletop RPGs as a whole, like now would be the best time to like pitch that to a board of directors or whatever and get like a good like chunk of funding or something. I don't know. It's definitely like, again, like I said, I'd love to see it, but I do think it'd be possible if you really wanted to do it. You could sling that shit.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you what. When they let me in the door just to interview, then I'll think about slinging shit. But until then, it's
fair enough. Fair enough.
It's an uphill battle. But hey, I got this really great idea. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Everyone has a really great idea.
Yeah. People have great ideas.
How many of your great ideas have sold so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
The one, but it's free.
Man, I was really hoping people would stop by.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I follow him.
Shoot. I'm imagining he went straight for Contra Quest. I don't know. He was. Oh, actually no. Or either that or Astronaut.
Yeah, he got a little excited for Astronaut there.
Yeah, he really did. And I do like the idea, an isometric like puzzle game.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not gonna hate. I'm not gonna hate, right? I can be disappointed, but I'm not hating.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, of course.
Especially since they did just come out with Splitgate, which is a first-person shooter, right? People are showing off the kind of work that you're putting out. Maybe give them a little bit of time.
Were these the guys who made that game we did? And it is. They made Blade Symphony.
Oh my god.
Oh, I remember that from Quality Assurance, I think. Was that?
Yep.
I think that was it, yeah.
Yep.
Good lord, I did not have a fun time playing this.
Oh no, it was, my problem was that it was supposed to have full controller support, and it did not.
Yeah, I think I tried controller and it just didn't work. The thing is, I'm not good at fighting games in the first place, so I have like this going on. Oh man, it was a mess.
It was complex, yeah. And then you're like sitting there and you're like, I gotta find 10 bugs in this. I can't even play.
Finding 10 bugs was easy. It was just the fact of getting through what was required to find the bugs. I think we did. I'm not sure if you had to, but we got like an early beta build or whatever in my class, so we were able to actually do some bug testing, and we actually did submit bugs to them. So
I think our game that we got had already been released by the time that I got my hands on it.
Yeah, I remember it was a pain to actually get to their or get into the API or whatever they were using to submit the bugs. It was like, oh, I got in. It's like, oh no, that's the wrong thing. All right, can you I think something happened that week as well that I wasn't able to show up to class, so it made it even harder getting into the their Dropbox for bugs. But I was there. I did submit bugs to them, so.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, Joey. You remember Conquest of Magicentrium was ours? Yeah.
Might I ask, what was Conquest of Magicentrium?
Oh boy. So it was a really good premise actually. You could choose between one of 3 different fantasy classes, like mage, ranger, knight, whatnot. The idea was that modern army men like found this rift into your world and they were invading, so you had to push them back on your own.
Yeah, you know that's a pretty good premise. I can get behind that.
Yeah, well, it was a QA class, so the bugs took it from there.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dang. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I think
that was the game.
Oh shoot, no, there's another game. I don't remember. The only two, or I guess 3 games that I remember was that Blade Symphony game that Puny Human put out. That's just because we got an early beta version, so we were like actually bug testing it. Then we had the Alice in Wonderland game.
Yep. Right.
The point and click adventure one. I was really petty with bugs on that one. I was like, this is misspelled. This is misspelled. Yeah, it was that was the only way I got through all the bugs in that one. But then there's another one. What was it? I remember it was like an eyesore. No, it was blocking it out, but it was like
Pongo?
Pongo.
That was it.
Oh God.
Good lord.
Pongo.
You know what's funny is so many people hated that game, and I actually didn't mind it that much.
Oh my God. Yes.
Right? Yeah, I can't even find it online. I'm looking it up. I find like this actually decent looking, like I guess platformer adventure game.
Yeah.
It was it was scrapped before they finished. How did that just happen?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, the API seems to, or I guess the scoreboard seems to not like us.
It says, "I'm tired of you playing me. Go home." Well,
oh dear.
You might be playing it for the rest of your damn life at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you guys, but I might. My vote is to, like, if we don't get any more questions or any questions, we might just call it at like 9. Like, I think that's a good spot to cut it. We got like an hour. The hour. It's like, you know, hour to come and ask questions.
Time to raid other streams.
I am curious to see if anybody's still up.
My
you know what's going to be heart-wrenching though is we're going to go jump into their stream and they're going to be like talking to all these people by now. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I don't even remember streams when my brother did this. He just had the presentation. That was it.
Well,
yeah, that wasn't that when it was live though.
Eternus, they have 17 people in their stream right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dang.
I'm not wholly surprised they had a. I don't know.
Indie horror game.
Yeah,
Enough said.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, perfectly said.
I don't get it. Like, horror games, in my opinion, aren't that fucking great, and they're way overdone.
Will, listen, you got to take the time to step back and realize you're the minority opinion here.
Look, Will, you gotta realize.
As another minority opinion.
Okay, but they're so overdone. Like, it's like everybody and their fucking brother wanted to come out with a horror game over the last 5 years.
No,
In the case of horror games, it's like they're overdone in such a way that if you do them well and you can stand on top of the hill of corpses that are lesser horror games, then you have something good going.
Yeah, it's something that is carried by art direction and not so much programming. So in a world that is lacking programmers, seemingly, from the fact of, I think Joe told me at the end of mocap, he was like, people are paying for programmers or something like that.
Oh yeah,
it's
in
like
the teams, yeah.
Yeah, it's these artists are gonna be going for something that's, I guess, allows them to like show off and be like, look at how cool, like what a cool atmosphere I can make. Like,
Astronauts has 13 people in there. I don't know how many of these people are like family members or whatever, but
yeah, I imagine a couple. Yeah, I guess my friends seemingly didn't drop into the stream that I invited, and then also my mom is trying her best, but she was like, I can't figure this out. I'll catch up later.
yeah. Play day. They had 10, now they're down to 9.
Fascinating. I gotta give Playdate props, man.
Straight up.
Tournament.
It came out looking way better than they had any right for it to come out looking.
Yeah. They came a long way.
And there are 13 people over at Conjure Quest.
Oh, I'm surprised. That Conjure Quest would easily have the most.
Oh yeah.
I knew.
Oh yeah, didn't which game didn't go along with presenting, or was that just a question?
So what?
There was I think somebody in the Discord earlier asked, like, do we have to stream? And I think.
Oh right.
Yeah. Bradley asked, are we required to do a stream?
That's probably Courageworth, because they don't have a stream open right now.
Courageworth. Oh yeah. Oh, one thing I did notice about Courageworth is, and Will, I'm not sure if you noticed this too. The arms, they had the noodle arms. And I was like, I saw that and I was like, I know how to fix that. It's like that's one of the things Miss Ryan, like, it's like, here's how you like fix the noodle arms. And it actually like works really well. And then yeah, when they showed off the polys on the character, I was like, yeah, they didn't do the little the pinch on the elbow.
Yeah.
That was a fun little flex of my knowledge. So.
I know that thing.
I know how to do that. I know how to fix that.
Hey guys, about the noodle arm.
It wasn't something I could say during this project because we were working in Unity.
Yeah.
I might not agree with Unreal, and it might not with me, but at least I know how to use it.
Yeah. When I was putting together my portfolio, I went back to a couple of my old projects just to take some screenshots of them, and Unreal felt not bad, but different, and it took some getting used to, and I don't like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Unity has the you can like move around like the camera with like WASD or the arrow keys. That just made like navigation so much easier.
Oh wait, you can do that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you hold down right click and you move around, you can move around with the like, you know, in-game movement controls.
Dang, that's crazy.
Wow.
I know.
Not even I knew that.
Oh wow, okay. I guess I'm the only one who does that.
I might have forgotten at some point, but
maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like.
Talon, I just remember that you blew my mind when you told me in Unity that you can use Shift to have like an invisible grid lock system. I was like, where was this a year and a half ago?
Oh, the snapping?
Yeah, the grid snap. I'm like.
Oh yeah. How do you think I made like 90% of the Western tiles?
I mean, yeah, that's why the sci-fi level looks as clean as it does, because you don't need friggin' what's it called? Grid lock.
Pro grids.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man.
I mean, to be fair, I can kind of, I could see the sci-fi level. I mean, I can definitely see where you used it, but it's not like with the western level, I had to make sure the poles on either side of the walls were like lined up, or else it wouldn't look right. Yeah. Or else it'd be like, this doesn't look right.
Right.
So that was, I mean, it was one of those things. Like snapping doesn't take that much effort. It's just, you know, you hold shift and it works.
Yeah.
But making sure that they were on a similar, like, I guess, snap level, so they wouldn't snap like just a smidge off of each other. That was fun. They just set everything to 0, then duplicated afterwards.
Because what I'd been doing before Talon told me about snapping was I was just using like a 5 interval grid-based system. And that was not fun.
Yeah, did you learn about that during the project?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I vaguely remember your first iteration of the sci-fi level. I think I remember seeing some things that looked out of place, like the walls, I think, but I could be wrong.
Oh, well, I actually had that same problem in this sci-fi level, because scaling the textures from cube to cube to make the walls, it just didn't work. So what Talon told me to do is like, all right, take one cube, make it 10 by 10, and everything else, like just duplicate that cube over and over and over. So that's...
Didn't I make that suggestion? I can't remember.
Oh, it might have been you.
Yeah, I think you like summoned me to a call one day, and I was like, yeah, just try doing that.
Yeah, that's right. Because I had asked you like, hey, how do I make these textures look like they don't suck?
Yeah.
Just make one cube and duplicate it 1,000 times. And I'm like, thank you, you're a godsend.
Yeah. Oh man, I wish. Well, actually, no, I don't wish. There's only one thing that I didn't figure out how to do that I wish I was in Unreal, because I actually know how to do it in there, or at least vaguely remember. But was it triplanar projection for the tile for the textures?
Oh.
It's like you could have like a I guess a big universal texture map where it's like, you know, projected onto the walls and stuff like that. That just makes it so much easier to tile. Like, oh my god.
Unity has the same thing, believe it or not.
I tried to figure it out, but it just kept bringing me to like pages, and it was like, oh, just go into the make a code, and I was like, I don't know how to code. Yeah. Well, I don't want to mess with anything in the coding.
The guide that I saw, it involved making a cube and turning it into basically a tesseract, so that it has like infinite vertices within itself, and then it runs a check to see which vertices are intersecting with another object, and then it'll project it like that. And I'm like, if I have to get into the 4th dimension to put a sticker on a wall, I think I'll just like put the sticker on a different texture and import it again.
I think I'll pass.
Yeah. I'll let the Avengers handle that one.
Yeah, I wish triplanar projection would have been so useful.
Yeah, you're telling me. All these little decals on the things, there's like 10 different textures.
I see.
Painted the sticker on them because Unity just said no.
I gotcha. Well, I mean, at least those are like, at least those are big black panels.
Yeah, luckily I did basically just have a canvas that I could.
Yeah, for me it was wood.
Yeah. I think the only thing I regret about this game that we weren't able to implement is, Ryan, in the sci-fi level, I think we made like a passing comment that when you shot the gun, we should have the little bang, like cardboard cutout thing come up. Like in a sci-fi movie. That would have been
Dude, that was like, by the time, I didn't even realize it was last week, but it was like that last week.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, oh shoot, wait, we're like submitting next week. It's like, I wish we had like an extra week. I would have been able to make that, because I know how I would have done it, at least. Or at least I know like the general outline. I would just like taken the revolver mesh or whatever, slapped a particle system to the front. It's like when shoot particle. And it's like I would have just figured out how to make a word a particle.
Nice.
Bang.
Yeah, and then I would just turn off the sound and add like some like static grain like sound in the background.
Me and Talon had talked about changing all the sound effects so
whenever you shot, it was bang, pow, boom.
Yeah, add a little bit of variety.
Just to make it funny.
Yeah. Footsteps would be like pat, pat, pat. Jumping is like hop.
Yeah.
Next up on the list of bucket list features.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of little tiny features I wish we could have implemented, but just comes down to time.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we were to continue on with this project, I think the next big thing that I'd like to see out of this is, like, being able to have people do, like, a PvP experience at the same time.
Yeah, dude. If you take the sci-fi level, imagine that as a multiplayer map.
Oh yeah, it'd be awesome.
Seriously.
It would be awesome. Even this, if you created a multiplayer game where people had to shoot at each other, but every single time they went into the level, they didn't know exactly what their level was going to look like. They'd have to, like, that'd be awesome.
Hey, Conjure Quest, get your network programmer over here.
Yeah.
We want him.
We're taking him.
Yeah,
You don't get him anymore.
You don't have a say in the matter, actually. You have something I want.
Breakfast. Yeah. No. Seriously though, well, like half seriously, I have often wondered how it would turn out if, instead of multiple teams working on different projects, like the entire class collaborated on a single big thing.
That would be wild.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
That would be interesting, but very, very hard.
Maybe depending on how many people there are, like split it into two, make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard enough at this point to know the scope of things that we could create as a team of 6, rather than,
I think that would be sick, but it would come down to what teacher is gonna want to.
Yeah, who's gonna be the team lead?
Right. Yeah, it'd have to be the instructor if it's the entire class.
Well, and if you were to do it that way, right? You'd have to break it down like a real company, where you divide the people in the teams up into groups, right?
Into actual different departments.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd have
exactly.
your QA, you'd have your art, you'd have your programming, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like listen back to what you're saying. You have to actually do it like the industry does it.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
What a concept! Right. You mean like preparing us for the real world?
Oh my god!
Like it's almost like you're going to suggest they teach us how to do taxes in school next.
No, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Be quiet.
Hey, somebody dropped in.
Oh hey, how's it going?
We got a 6th on Twitch. I'm not sure about YouTube. 4.
Nice.
So we've got seemingly 2 people.
Yeah. Nice to have
Or
you.
madam.
What's that?
Welcome to the demonstration presentation of Three's Too Many. I'm
You made it
Joseph
just in
Dominic.
time.
I made the sci-fi level, and my wrist hurts from playing this game for
Just
a very long time.
Just watch it be like a Twitch mod or something like that.
Yeah.
Making sure we're not doing anything weird.
No.
It's like software and game development. Like, who streams this?
Right. Have you ever looked at that category on Twitch?
No, I have not.
Let's just say there's a market.
The market?
Yeah. Well, the reason I have this Twitch channel is because there was something I was doing in this level. I think it was in the old iteration of sci-fi. And just for whatever reason, Unity or Maya just kept crashing. And I couldn't figure out why. So I went to the trouble of making an entire Twitch account and streaming to it. Just to figure out what, to have like a video instant replay of why it was crashing.
Dang.
Nice.
Like this channel, like this Twitch channel exists as like what happens.
Wow.
Back down to 4. They may have also just come off Twitch, just like checking out some software and game development. Like, what's this? At least people are showing up that aren't part of the class. Broadening our horizons.
Yeah.
I mean, the website will be up for as long as we won it up. And then the itch.io, same thing. As long as you want it up, it's up. So, in theory, this game could become a cult classic one day.
Yeah,
who knows?
The long lost classic of Three's Too Many.
Oh man.
The best game you never played.
Exactly.
This game you've never played. Oh lord.
There's a
story and makes a video.
There's a game that I played back in the day called Gladius. It was like a gladiatorial arena style game. It came out on the original Xbox and PlayStation 2. And it literally was given that title by a bunch of like award-warding fucking organizations. They were like, this is the best game you've never played. It actually was a really, really good game. It flopped though. That was the sad part.
Oh, that sucks.
You hate to see it.
There's always those sorts of games. Man, I wish we could, like, I don't know, get like somebody who's like a pro speedrunner in here and like see how fast they can just blaze through this game.
Yeah, it's
At, like the competitive level at least.
I mean,
Ask him to do it, rifle only.
As of tonight, I have set a high score on every single one of these levels. So.
Nice.
You probably not have the high score forever.
Forever?
Yeah, the beta build would care to differ. You have no idea how many times I've run through that western level.
What, you mean the beta build that had scores in the hundreds of thousands that wasn't even possible? Mathematically, you can.
And I actually got pretty high on them.
Yeah. Moment I got names actually working on the leaderboards, and I saw Cosmic. Oh.
Yeah, that'd be me. Oh yeah, the when I was recording, oh man, the first round of recordings that had a good couple of run throughs. So that definitely, my name definitely showed up quite a bit there.
Should not have trusted myself.
Yeah. Oh.
Alright,
yeah.
Joe, it is currently 9:04. If you want to give your hand a break.
I think that might be a good idea.
You have been literally playing nonstop for at least an hour.
That's chump change.
Hey, that's the longest I've grinded a video game since I started making video games.
Wow.
I cannot say that is true for me, but
yeah, I can't either.
Yeah. Just pick a really nice view and stare at it. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there you go.
Ignore my
hang out for a few more minutes. So we just went up to 5 on the Twitch stream.
Hey, Twitch person. Oh, this stream has been going for 4 hours. I'm so sorry.
Has it? Oh, it has.
Yeah.
When'd you start it? Oh, I guess we did start at 5.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, you did have the little screen up.
Yeah, starting at 7.
Yeah.
You're 7. Yeah.
I honestly thought that was just like an offline screen sort of thing.
Nope. It
I
was,
guess not.
It was literally just a notepad.
Gotcha.
It was this guy right here, just really, really big across all of OBS.
Wow.
Yeah, really explain that.
There you go. That is what we call innovative thinking.
Innovative thinking. I think my friend, when he was doing Twitch streams before, my other friend made him art for his Be Right Back screen. He did, in fact, use notepads, so...
Hey, if it works, like that in MS Paint, like, if it ain't broke.
Oh no, it was MS Paint. It wasn't Notepad. That's right. It was MS Paint.
I use Krita, and it makes me want to... I'm not going to finish that joke on stream.
Are you critical of Krita?
To put it lightly. It's, okay, for a free drawing program that's imitating Photoshop, it's not bad. It's just, Photoshop sucks so much that anything that imitates it also sucks.
It's funny, I used to agree with you. I used to think that Photoshop sucked. And then I figured out how to use it a little bit better, and I don't hate it as much anymore.
Yay.
As someone that's not, I don't do traditional art as much. I do most of my work with like using, like generating brushes and stuff like that. So in that regard, it's awful. It does not do it very well. It does lend itself very nicely to traditional art. Well, I should clarify. It does well if you mix both. Like if you're someone that doesn't know how to do either, I don't think it's good. Which is me.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think I'm not a big fan of traditional art either, so I don't use it that often. But and there's a lot of things that I think a lot of people go to it for like they go to it. I'm like, you could do that in PowerPoint. But that being said, it's definitely not as bad as I once claimed it to be.
Yeah. It's definitely not worth the price. We'll put it that way.
Well,
I happen to use the Adobe package for a few things, as well as my brother and my dad, so I kind of just piggyback off of like a multiple use situation.
To be fair, every fucking art program and their brother wants you to pay a fucking subscription fee these days, and it is ridiculous.
Yeah, I really wish it would just like buy and be done with it. Like, you're not updating it enough where I need to subscribe. It's like, just give me this version. I don't care. Just give me something I can make art with.
Right, if you look at ZBrush, yeah, you can buy it outright. But you're gonna pay a fucking arm and a leg for it.
Yeah. The moment I get this degree, uninstall all of Adobe. Find alternatives.
How much is ZBrush going for these days? It used to be fucking ridiculous.
Here's what I want.
I'm sure it's still a few $100s.
That makes me sick.
Yeah, it's.
No. Go ahead.
This. That's disgusting, considering Blender exists.
Oh my god! Wait, who's paying for Maya? Hold on.
I mean, just a Joe Schmo that doesn't have an educational license.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
If you just want to use Maya and you're not in school, it'll run you.
Wait, yeah, wait, hold on. Who is paying for Maya? Who's paying that $2,000 a year for Maya when Blender exists for free?
Exactly. Why don't we
AAA Studios?
Why aren't we taught
maybe?
Blender here? Let me use Blender, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, like I have never used Blender, but just the fact that it's free and the stuff I've seen that's come out of it, it's like, holy cow, like.
Right.
It's
you're not taught Blender because it has not always been better than Maya. It wasn't better than Maya until pretty recently.
Yes, but
okay.
The change is astronomical. Like, yeah, no, back in the day, Blender was like unusable. It was garbage.
I saw this I guess like quick little like video tutorial like online, and it was, I guess, somebody who made like a rig, like a smoke spider demon or whatever, and it was like, oh, here's how you do it, and it was essentially just like make dot, like get lines that like do walk cycle, and then it's like add like noise to it so they like swirl and stuff. And it like, man, it really looked sick.
The ZBrush is $359 a year.
Yeah.
Boy.
That's nearly $1 a day.
Yep. Yeah.
That's not so bad.
Yeah, when you break it down like that.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
I'll tell you right now, it's $359 I don't want to pay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
$359 I'm not interested in having to pay. And it's $359 that if you're not paying, it's a really hard to get into the fucking art industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I like writing. It needs nothing other than Word.
Even then, Notepad.
Yeah, literally anything. Just, a pen and paper.
That's not true. It
Google
requires
Doc.
imagination.
Yeah, but that's free.
Yeah, I got that covered.
Is it free?
I don't.
Is
Okay.
imagination free?
Let me phrase it better. I don't need to go and pay the corporate overlords $500 a year to use my imagination.
I don't need Adobe to charge.
Oh, dude.
That's true.
Dude, imagine if you did.
Oh, that'd be.
There's a new sci-fi idea.
D&D would die.
Yeah.
Well, no, our game would just be made a whole hell of a lot faster. But hey, all these guys who didn't quit D&D, that's your new product.
Yeah.
$99 subscription fee for your prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, the fucked up part would be you'd go pitch that to a company and they'd be like, that's a really great idea, thanks.
Hey,
now get out.
Right?
Lobotomies in the long run, do they really cause that much damage?
Oh, God.
Jeez.
You can scream, but ain't nobody gonna hear you, boy.
Just make me a Scutari, get it over with.
Oh man. The Centauri, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're still sentient.
Define sentient. They have just enough higher function left so that they can decide if they're gonna step off on their left or right foot. But
I think you're actually thinking about what are those guys called? They're like people, but they're automaton.
Cyborgs?
Are those not?
No.
Are those not Scutari?
No, Centauri are like conscripted troops.
Yeah.
The guys that you're talking about, they basically had their brains augmented in white.
Right.
And they've been programmed. The Centauri are not that.
Hang on, let's ask the wiki.
It took a look up of the name to realize you guys were talking about 40K.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
You play it?
The only thing I know is Necrons, and that's just because they're I don't know. That's the only army I'm vaguely interested in. Yeah, the only reason I know about it is because Astartes, like that.
Yep.
Has anyone seen that online?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one dude. Like, holy crap.
Wild.
That's insane.
Grace.
Like this,
You know the mindless automatons that they use in Warhammer? They're like people, but they've had their brains wiped.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you know what they're called?
No.
Okay.
The outside source.
It is not the Centauri. Mindless.
There's something called a Texorcist. God, I love Warhammer.
Did you say Texorcist?
Yes, you heard that correctly.
Dude.
Okay, so I realize it's probably Mechanicus.
Yeah.
But my brain, probably because of
Servitors.
Yeah. Well, those are just skulls.
No. Those are not just skulls. So they have servitors that are like full bodies, but they've had their arms replaced with these giant metacannons. And they just walk around. They're basically like walking down platforms. They have servitors that are like people that they only do one task. So like they basically like they turn a wrench.
I forgot. Yeah, because servo skulls are the big thing, but yeah, servitors are just like. Yeah, I forgot about these dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Centauri are like the army soldiers of the Mechanicum.
Yeah, I knew they were like their base troops. I thought they were the lobotomized robot ones.
No.
Alright, I stand corrected.
But yeah, so when you when you said Texorcist, I was thinking Texas like Exorcist, and was like, like Thanksgiving, like that sort of like crappy movie title.
Yeah.
That's what came to my brain. I did not think like tech, like high tech, you know.
Yeah,
We had 7 people in the.
And me, the holy nanites.
I
Yeah.
remember the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh yeah.
We will cast out the malware.
So you're a Necrons guy, huh?
But it's the only army I have, I guess, researched. There was a passing interest because I got obsessed with the Mechanicus trailer because it's so good.
Have you have you ever heard of Dawn of War?
Dawn of War. It sounds familiar.
It's based in Warhammer 40k. If you get Warhammer 40k, Dawn of War, Dark Crusade, I think that's what it was. They feature Necrons.
Yeah, I think
Soulstorm might have been the most recent version of it. Yeah, I mean Necrons are cool. They kind of they changed the lore up on them recently, and by recently I mean in like the last maybe 5 or 6 years, because it used to be that they were slaves to the to the Satan gods, and then they changed the lore up to where now the Satan gods are slaves to them, which I think is dumb.
I mean, it makes sense. They are like canonically the most like powerful beings ever.
Yeah, okay, but the whole reason that they are quote unquote the most powerful beings ever originally was that the Satan gods granted them these exoskeleton bodies, so that they could defeat the old ones, and a big trick so that they could eat the souls of the Necrons who didn't maintain their souls and their autonomy.
Yeah.
Most of the Necrons are supposed to be basically like mindless robots that have no soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now they've changed the lore to where like they were still tricked, but then they tricked the Satan. It's just weird now. Like,
I mean, that's
the old version I think was better written.
That's fair. I'm glad that they're more fleshed out than just Egyptian undead Terminators.
Agreed.
I can see how that direction is a bit confusing given what was already there.
What your sentence just summed up the only reason I'm interested in them. They're Egyptian Terminators, like
yeah, undead Egyptian Terminators.
Yeah, like Egypt was one of my like earliest, I guess, mythological obsessions.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
have you ever heard of the
sci-fi.
I was
you know?
about to say you should look into the Thousand Suns.
What is the Thousand Suns? That sounds familiar as well.
Hang on.
Chaos Space Marines.
That I pulled up a song by Linkin Park.
Well, that's not it.
Magnus did nothing wrong.
Oh, Thousand Suns, not Sons. Okay, gotcha. I getcha. I typed in sun, like soul, not son as in child.
Son as in child.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, they're
They got
as
the-
Egypt as Egypt comes.
Oh,
They got
yeah.
that Egyptian theme.
And they're very magical based.
Yes.
I am a magic man, I will say.
Then you would love these guys. They're Zinch, right? Will?
Yes, they are followers of Zinch. And that's their Primarch right there. Who's got horned nipples.
Yeah, he's
Very interesting.
very.
Oh, goody.
Your picture's right in the way of the picture.
Whoops. Hang on. Let's put me back down where I belong in the corner.
Well, if I ever do get into Warhammer, I know which two people I'll probably go to for advice.
Listen, so for the cheap price of thousands of dollars, you can do it. Or, and this is the way I would suggest it, you can get yourself a resin 3D printer and save yourself thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I can it's definitely a 3D printer has been on my radar as of recent. But it's been on the back burner sort of thing. It's just one of those things because my dad he fixes like amps, like radios, stuff like that.
That's cool.
So some smaller parts that he needs could be like knobs or whatever could be 3D printed. So he has entertained the idea of that. And obviously I just piggyback off of it as usual.
I have an Ender 3 Pro that my wife got me, and it's been good to me so far.
The one.
But it is a.
Oh.
Dirt cheap.
I was like, why is this a
No,
35? It's just a light.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's not 35.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, $35 for a 3D printer. That's insane. I'll take it now.
Yeah, I was like, no shot. That's accurate.
Yeah, well, you'll get it, and it's gonna be $35 for the 3D printer.
Yeah, for $35 you get the light of the 3D printer.
Yeah, I know my brother. He got the Warhammer figures because he needed like practical figures for like a sci-fi D&D campaign that we ran like way back when.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he has. I think he definitely has a bunch of Tyranids. He's got a couple of Tau. He's got the one of like a big Tyranid. He's got like a, I don't know what it is.
Swarmlord?
No, it's got it doesn't have legs. There's like the snake tail sort of thing going on. I could probably get it and send a picture. It's like in the other room, but I don't know. I just know it's a big one.
Tridon. It might be a Tridon.
It might be.
I bet you it's a Tridon.
I don't prefer either of them, but I think Imperials are interesting.
Oh yeah, it's a Trigon. You're dead on.
Boom. Yeah, I have a Tyranids army, I have a Tau army, I have a Orcs army, and I have a Dark Angels army.
I have a box of Space Marine Intercessors sitting next to me. There are about to be some Iron Hands.
Why Iron Hands?
Because flesh is weak, and they look cool.
So you know what's funny is their most recent chapter master is trying to revert that line of thinking.
What? The flesh is cool?
The flesh is weak.
Well, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but you don't really need the water machines.
Sounds like
yeah, but it's heresy. Like their whole idea of like how to do things in their culture is heresy.
Yeah, the Admech are right. I hate to break it to you. Horus was right.
I already told you, Joe. I thought the World Eaters were the coolest.
Oh my God.
They were the coolest pre-heresy. Post-heresy, my favorite are the Dark Angels.
Dark Angels.
I actually do know the Dark Angels. That's one of the ones I do know.
They're so sick.
They're so cool. I really like their Primarch too. I think he's a badass.
Hang on. Where's the picture that I'm looking for?
I do wish to point out it is 9:25, and I don't see any new questions in either of the chats. So I'm thinking we should probably get around to wrapping up stream.
Thinking that as well.
Listen, I had already wrapped up stream. I was talking about Warhammer stuff.
Yeah, that's fair, but Joe is still streaming, which means I'm still moderating.
Oh.